used to be when people talked about the end of the world, we locked them up, or laughed them off. Sometimes both. But we never took them seriously. Maybe we should have. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Better to start at the beginning, with the abduction of Desmond Miles, my son. This boy had no ambition, no direction, no plans for the future. What he did have was a heritage, one he chose to deny. It nearly cost him his life. He was captured and imprisoned. Those who took him believed he could help them find something. The apple. One of several artifacts we call pieces of Eden. Bits of ancient technology scattered across the globe. Some hidden, some found, all of them dangerous. Most are held by a single group, the same group that now had Desmond. You know them as Abstergo Industries. We know them as the Templars, as the enemy. We've been fighting them for thousands of years, even longer if you believe the stories of their origins. I do. After all, I've seen the truth. That's the beauty and the horror of the Animus. A device that allows us to enter and experience the lives of our ancestors. It holds the power to change everything, to show us history the way it really happened. Up until its creation, to the victor went the spoils, went the truth. We're trying to fix that, to free minds and bodies both. But there's only so much that we can do, and the Templars have the upper hand these days. But something larger than the Assassins and Templars is approaching, bigger than all of us. And if we can't find a way to stop it, these next few weeks will probably be our last. Everyone's last. In the end, it all comes down to him. To Desmond. Through the Animus, he discovered his heritage, explored the lives of his ancestors, and uncovered their secrets. When that was done, he trained. He used another ancestor to provide decades of experience in the span of a few days. It worked. We think. We hope. Soon, though, soon we'll know. That ominous date fast approaches, December 21st, 2012. None of us knows what it'll bring, only that this is where they want us to be, when it does. They've been guiding us in their own fractured, frustrating way. These voices from the first civilization, the ones who came before, a precursor race of immense power and uncertain motives. They're the ones who made the pieces of Eden. This is where they've led him, and through him, us. He stands at the entrance to this long-lost place, armed with the knowledge of Altair and the abilities of Ezio. He holds in his hands the apple of Eden, and we stand at his side, ready to support him however we can. His name is Desmond Miles, and he has brought us to the end.
Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed 3 to do my annual playthrough, my Disarm challenge playthrough. Hey there, Inmita. Welcome on in, dude. That's all good. I've done that too as well with punctuation marks and things like that. I'm doing really good, Inmita, thank you. Yeah, things are going really good. How about yourself? You like that Alien Isolation had a trailer like this one if you wait on the menu? Oh, absolutely, dude. Yeah, it also works great if you want to do like a intro for your game that you're streaming as well. With games like Black Flag, for example, while there is that cutscene that plays if you don't press anything at the menu, it happens so quickly that I don't like to keep it on repeat. Whereas you've got these other ones where it takes a little bit of time to activate, and then once it's finished, it doesn't take... it takes a while for it to reactivate again, you know. But yeah, that was really cool with Alien Isolation, how they had that trailer. Makes it also feel more like a movie too. Razok, thank you so very much for the follow. Thank you. Hey there, Raid. How's things? Good to hear, Anmita. You're doing well, working at the moment? Very nice, dude. That's great. I hope that work is going well. We're going to be finishing the game today, and I don't know how long it will take. This might be like a shortish stream, maybe 3-4 hours, maybe. And while I do want to replace this game with something, what I'm replacing it with potentially after finishing it today is not what I intend to carry through over until next Wednesday and Thursday. So whatever I decide is the next game is still up in the air because I haven't really decided. Like, I've got a few options that I've chosen, but I'm just like, which one will it be? And I'll wait until later to decide that. But I do have something in mind to stream for the rest of my stream day if we finish this game and there's enough hours left in the day and I still feel like streaming. So we'll just see how that goes. But in terms of like what we've got left, all we have is the main story, and we only have about 3 of the homestead missions left. And there's also present day stuff as well still left to do. And in terms of the main story, we're now in sequence 10. Rage, you went to a pub today. They were doing trivia there, and the hostess was someone who watched over you when you were a kid, so that was cool. Oh, nice. Yet, it just goes to show how small the world can be. It's like if you had someone that you went to school with when you were really young, and then decades later you are just going somewhere, and then all of a sudden a voice is like, hey, and you turn around and it's like, oh man, haven't seen you for years.
We need to know what the Loyalists are planning, if we're to put an end to this.
I've tried, but the soldiers themselves are told nothing now, only to await orders from above.
Keep digging. Come find me when you have something worth sharing. We're so close to victory. A few more well-placed attacks and we'll be able to put an end to the Civil War and be rid of the Crown.
What do you intend?
Well, nothing at the moment, since we're completely in the dark.
I thought the Templars had eyes and ears everywhere.
Oh, we did. Until you started cutting them off.
Your contact said orders from above. It tells us exactly what we need to do. Track down the Loyalist commanders.
Raid, when you asked her if she recognized you, she looked at you for a while and said, I think so, but I'm drawing a blank. And when you told her who you were, she was like, I remember you, but in my mind you're still a little kid. Yeah, that'd be the thing too. You know, like if you haven't seen someone for a very long time, your recollection of them in your mind's eye is what they were like back then. So yeah, that's definitely understandable. But that's cool that she actually recognized you afterwards, you know, after you told her who you were. That's cool.
Have you considered the proposal?
I'm unconvinced. To reinforce them would leave New York exposed. It's hard enough maintaining order with our current numbers. Cut in half.
Yet if we do not join with them, they risk defeat. And then what?
Well, they should have come by sea.
Well, they're talking in circles. We'll learn nothing watching as we are.
Then what do you propose we do? March in there and demand answers?
Well, yes.
Ambush!
Connor? Little help here? Leave the commanders alive, Connor. We can interrogate them.
This bloody music glitch is so immersion breaking. Raid, that's why I like the original better, no music glitch. That's true as well. It makes you wonder what is actually triggering the glitch in a remaster.
Bring them back to my quarters at Fort George and see what secrets they might share. Really? Well, you'd best get after him then.
You go. I will watch the prisoners.
No, you do it.
Why me?
Because I said so. Now go!
Help! I need help! Come no closer! Stop him!
Move.
Go to hell!
I said move.
Wait. I'll tell you anything you want. Anything, only don't make
We
me
just
go
have
in
some
there.
questions for you.
Cross that threshold, and I'm a dead man.
There you are, Connor. I was worried you might have gotten lost. Come along, then.
Yeah, Raid. Because I said so. I don't blame you for making you giggle. It's like Haytham thinks all of a sudden he can be Connor's father and just tell him what to do and where to go and when to do it and all that kind of stuff. And Mita, Haytham and Connor working together, who'd have thought? Yeah, I think it's great that they do this as part of the narrative. Because it also has a dual purpose. It also displays that Haytham is actually using Connor. And that he has no intention to get to know Connor as his son. He's just using that as a pretense. What he's really trying to do is actually make Connor convert to become a Templar.
What are the British planning?
To march from Philadelphia. That city's finished. New York's the key. They'll double our numbers, push back the rebels.
When do they begin?
2 days from now.
June 18th. I must warn Washington.
You see? That wasn't so very difficult now, was it?
I've told you everything. Now let me go.
Of course. The other two said the same. It must be true.
You killed him. You killed all of them. Why?
They'd have warned the Loyalists.
You could have held him until the fight was done.
What? And waste precious time and money on their care? What would be the point? They'd given up everything they knew. I'll meet you at Valley Forge.
To all carpenters!
Raid better than Arno and Elise, that's for sure. That's fair enough to feel that way. I've liked their dynamic. Exactly, Amita, yeah. It's all part of the Templar MO. Recruitment through manipulation and coercion, whether that's through physical threats or psychological tactics. Hey Zereth, ancient birthday cake from the Old Kingdom. Yes, I definitely wouldn't want to be having some ancient birthday cake from the Old Kingdom. That is for sure. Raid, what kind of world are we making if we cannot show mercy? Thanks for redeeming that Assassin's Creed quote. What's that actually from? Like which game? Or is it from like a comic or something? Zeroth, Detroit, become older. That happens to us all. Well, I mean, Unfortunately, people can die when they're young, so it doesn't literally happen to everyone, but the aging process is something that occurs with everyone. Right, that's Shay in Rogue to Haytham when he's about to kill Achilles. Oh yeah, not show mercy. While that explains logically why Achilles is actually injured, I feel like Rogue completely missed a great way to tell the why of how Achilles is such a broken person by the time Connor finds him. I would have preferred it if Shay got killed by Achilles, and in the process of the fight, Shay injured Achilles.
Yeah, man.
And have it that Shay killed his wife and son. And then have it that Achilles retires as an assassin and tells the surviving assassins to go elsewhere to other bureaus. So that way Achilles is psychologically scarred by what happened to the point where he's not willing to train any new assassins, which explains why he's not 100% enthusiastic, let's say, to train Connor. Raid, seems Haytham didn't take that to heart. Oh no. Definitely not. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going? Oh, nice, Ryu. That's great. I'm glad to hear that's going well.
We should be sharing what we know with Lee, not Washington.
You seem to think I favor him, but my enemy is a notion, not a nation. It is wrong to compel obedience, whether to the British Crown or the Templar Cross. And I hope in time the Loyalists will see this too, for they are also victims.
You oppose tyranny, injustice. These are just symptoms. Their true cause is human weakness. Why do you think I keep on trying to show you the error of your way?
You have said much, yes, but you have shown me nothing.
Then we'll have to remedy that then, won't we?
Sir.
Hello, Connor. What brings you here?
The British have recalled their men in Philadelphia. They march for New York.
Very well. I'll move our forces to Monmouth. If we can rout them, we'll have finally turned the tide.
And what's this?
Private
Oh,
correspondence.
of course it is. Would you like to know what it says, Connor? It seems your good friend here has just ordered an attack on your village. Although attack might be putting it mildly. Well, tell him, Commander.
We've been receiving reports of Allied natives working with the British. I've asked my men to put a stop to it.
By burning their villages and salting the land, by calling for their extermination, according to this letter. Not the first time, either. Tell them what you did 14 years ago.
That was another time. The 7 Years' War.
And so now you see what happens to this great man when under duress. He makes excuses, displaces blame, does a great many things, in fact, except take responsibility!
Enough! Who did what and why must wait. My people come first.
Then let's be off.
No. You and I are finished.
Son.
Do you think me so soft that by calling me son, I might change my mind? How long did you sit on this information, or am I to believe you discovered it now? My mother's blood may stain another's hands, but Charles Lee is no less a monster, and all he does by your command. A warning to you both. Choose to follow me or oppose me, and I will kill you.
Oh, Night's... Sorry, Jigsaw. Jigsaw, you got the Tomb Raider trilogy, trying to figure out what game to start with. Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so the one that's just called Tomb Raider is the first one, and then Rise is the second, and then Shadow is the third one. And they both have things in it that, if you've played the one before it, are important to know, so it's definitely good to play them in that order. Exactly, Raid. Haytham knew the whole time. Exactly. He was just waiting for a gotcha moment. He just thought that his gotcha moment would be what made Connor agree with his way of doing things and change his whole approach, but it backfired on him. Because Connor's not stupid. He didn't fall for believing that his father had just happened upon the information. And Haytham's reaction says it all. He doesn't say anything, but the way he looks when Connor actually says to him, you know, did you know this all along, or did it you just happen to discover it? Alright, so we need to get off the ground to deal with these enemies. Okay. Hey there, Razok. Who do you guys think is stronger, Connor from the DLC or Alexios? That's actually a good question, because I think with Connor, it's all a illusion where the abilities that he unlocks aren't things that he literally possesses outside of the whole illusion created by George Washington and the Apple. But if you were to ignore that and just take it at the value of the abilities that both have, I don't know. I think it'd be a decent matchup. I think Connor would be able to stand his own. But yeah, not sure about whether or not it would be like a major challenge. So this guy doesn't have any weapons on him. So because he doesn't, we'll just deal with him like that. There we go. Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. Great confrontation scene. Absolutely. Oh yeah. It's really well done. Zeroth optional objective, the floor is lava. Pretty much, yeah. There's quite a few memories in the AC series where one of the optional objectives is you can't touch the ground. Right, Connor's naive, but he's smart. That's true, you know. But there's an evolution as well where Connor's naivete lessens the older he gets. Then raw strength Connor would spin Alexius in the air on his finger. Yeah, I mean, Connor is a very formidable combatant. Right, well, Cassandra is the canon protagonist, so Connor without question. If we're going for canon superpowered, Connor would kick Alexius's ass. Yeah, I think, you know, like, in that kind of scenario, like a matchup, you could do it with Cassandra or Alexius. They're pretty interchangeable in the sense of their power level. Like, if you play as, I mean, maybe you could make the... Maybe you could make the case that... I'm going to desync here. Maybe you can make the case that Demos, whether it's Cassandra or Alexius, is more powerful than the Eagle Bearer. Maybe. Then maybe Jacob could go head-to-head with Connor. Maybe. I'm not very good at these kinds of scenario because ultimately it depends on who's writing it. And what rules have to be applied, like what are the parameters of all the skills, you know. And then it's like, if you were to strip away all the skills that are simply gameplay benefits versus what the actual character can do, there's definitely a lot of things with Odyssey where it's not clear cut. Alright, so this guy doesn't have any weapons, so we can deal with him like that. Amita Cassandra couldn't even defeat Eivor. Oh yeah, and that crossover stuff. Yeah. I think they made out that she was more powerful than Eivor or something. Then your criteria is putting them in the boxing ring. Put them in the boxing ring, yeah. That's a great way to figure it out. Yeah, me too, that's true. Epic duel. This guy has a weapon, but he doesn't want to fight me. Alright, so because this guy, even though he has a weapon, is not going to engage in combat with me, I can't disarm him without him attacking me. So I can kill this guy, however.
I should make sure the village is safe.
Razok, what do you think about the ending of AC Black Flag? Oh, I really like it a lot. Yeah, it's such a great ending. And I really like the evolution of Edward throughout the story as well. And how he turns things around. It's just such a shame that his wife Caroline dies. And she isn't able to see the change that he's gone through. Where is Jack Burton? Give me Jack. Hey there, Mr. Gote. Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. How's things? Mr. Gote, good. Vibing out playing Walking Simulator with Norman Reedus. Oh yeah, Death Stranding. Oh, that's good. I do have plans to play that game in the future, but that could be anywhere between 6 months from now or 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years, I don't know. But we'll see.
Radun hagedun. Za shewe nekti ohnujera. Wakanu dunyu we dogati ga oya lungwe ayezene sege.
Unka giga oya lungwe.
De ohne gujes Charles Lee. Luana tukwa yasagoya donhawe kano dogu dano dohkara ni hadi.
Nahoda? Ka numwe ni honenu.
Wa de sagodi dashtana tini hadi ayunki hunta.
Ja, jättet karihuajeri.
Ona jera di desa ni hare. Ya kontat desa duhuntoni ne giga ne ayagoderio.
Onneksi jasjaga ne. Te domzom da kedaste.
This music is just fucking phenomenal. I really enjoyed this music when I did my music only playthrough a few years back. Alright, so I just need to suss out how these Canyon Kahaka warriors react when they detect me. Alright, so they don't engage in combat, which means it's okay for me to deal with them without being in combat first. Mr. Gote, it's actually relaxing. Well, that's good. It definitely seems like there would be that element to it, where there is a bit relaxing. Yeah, you'll be like, hey Rod, how are you? We'll be the same, how you doing, dude? You'll be like playing Death Stranding 2. You'll be like, oh my god, it's been that long. When is that coming out, actually? The second one. Is that this year or next year? Okay, so for these, we need to deal with them like this. Soon? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure what the game would be like, but when I saw Lucinda play it, I was like, oh, this seems interesting. there's such a sense of, like, given what's happening, there's a really mournful, wounded feel that this music has. I mean, Jesper Kyd's work is legendary in the series. There's also been some other composers since Jesper who have done amazing work too. Lorne Balfe is definitely one of them. Brian Tyler, who did the music for Black Flag. Sarah Schachner, who did the music for Origins. Like, just phenomenal work.
Skana kana dogo.
Dun hagedum, the wase danica.
Na hoda?
Guegon ha crori ne Charles Lee, but triot de hona dohonzonia you kiat wanto. Danugan easy I say what is it?
Atoga tigarungwe.
Waharud zi dizat ni gurha denu. Zia sade nyanda the squat ni gurha gani. Nick the ona garune de. Zin guan ho garum de.
They got your ska gi.
Connect you what you scan see what guanya has in a square the new statsege. Da you zat ni gurha di hanto. Then what does want ducks out there? Nezungwe that sum.
Zadarissa.
Unga dorissa no no zaheyum.
That's what happens if you don't press the button. Just wanted to show that.
Skana kana dogo.
Dun hagedum, the wase danica.
Na hoda?
Guegon ha crori ne Charles Lee, but triot de hona dohonzonia you kiat wanto. Danugan easy I say what is it?
Atoga tigarungwe.
Waharud zi dizat ni gurha denu. Zia sade nyanda the squat ni gurha gani. Nick the ona garune de. Zin guan ho garum de.
They got your ska gi.
Connect you what you scan see what guanya has in a square the new statsege. Da you zat ni gurha di hanto. Then what does want ducks out there? Nezungwe that sum.
Zadarissa.
Unga dorissa no no zaheyum. Yao tena, that is a dansum. Zigado hitstane. Redun hagedum. Charles Lee, Mountmouth, was at the Hajib. Asagonat dumase, Zinahodam Batriot, Renadeno Yuni. Jurhan Saga, Asagonasete. On doctangi gamoderio. Runudio hot quenu. Ungenungue da summa. Oh, diatanum statunge.
Iwe reya nawando taingwa ya danu staduge. Ona wasadarissa yum jadaro.
One of the saddest deaths in the series. A childhood friend. Manipulated by Charles Lee into thinking that Connor had actually betrayed. I mean, it's understandable that Conan Dalcon would actually see things that way, but at the same time, we know that there's a certain amount of manipulation that was going on there, and that George Washington's actions against Connor's people is another piece to that, which just shows how tragic it all is. Because we know that Connor didn't want that. We know that Connor doesn't support Washington in wanting to do that. Plus, it also goes to show how convoluted and complicated things can be as well. Mr. Goethe, release Death Stranding 2 on the Beach is set to release for the PlayStation 5 on June 6, 2025. Special edition versions grant in-game and physical items, with pre-orders of these versions offering bonus digital items and early access to the game 2 days before its official release. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so that's what it is. That's pretty close, though. Like, relatively. Yeah, meter so June, it seems, yeah. Yeah, Stan. Such a sad moment. What I did was, I've got the English translations of what Connor actually says in Kanyan Kahaka to, the targets that he kills. He doesn't say something to all the targets. And Mitch, you haven't played Death Stranding 1 yet, but you have it on Steam. Oh, cool. Yeah, I wouldn't mind playing it at some point in the future. It's understandable that it's not everyone's kind of gameplay, but when I saw gameplay of it, knowing ahead of time what to expect, I think can sometimes really help. Want that dialogue to play without me talking over it. So I was hoping that going far away and then coming back would allow it to re-trigger. Hopefully this will. Exactly, Mr. Goethe. It must have been the wind.
We must hold this position for as long as it takes. If the enemy is allowed to push through, we will lose what precious little ground we have gained. The sacrifices your brothers have made today must not have been in vain. Now go! Bring the fight to our enemy! Make them rue the day they marched upon us!
As you go, say the wind stops the game soundtrack all the time. It really does. It can be very, very intrusive. Now, obviously, in missions where we have to actually use cannon, fire, and all that kind of stuff, the challenge rules of disarming the enemy first don't apply for those combat scenarios.
Connor, my friend. You have arrived just in time to bear witness to our glorious victory.
Where is Charles Lee?
That Batar. He shows up in the middle of our preparations and just takes charge. Screams at everyone to advance, and then rides away. I am left to pick up the pieces. Where did they come from? Send word that we are falling back! Everyone, to me! Now! Now!
I will hold the area while you bring them to safety.
I grant you my finest soldiers to serve as your personal guard. There is nothing they will not do to ensure you are victorious. Bonne chance, mon ami.
Hey Lucas, how's things?
Bought us some time, sir!
That should slow them down. We'll push these redcoats back yet? That should slow them down. Bought us some time, sir. We'll push these redcoats back yet? That should slow them down. A perfect shot! We'll push these redcoats back yet? Bought us some time, sir. We'll push these redcoats back yet? That should slow them down. Bought us some time, sir. We'll push these redcoats back yet? That should slow them down. We are low on ammunition, sir, and the enemy advances.
Then we need to pull back, rejoin the others, and cover their escape.
Lucas, things have been better. I see you, Lucas. I hope that whatever you're going through improves greatly. Really sucks when things go a certain way in the negative. Yeah, Mita, for a moment you thought Connor was in Paris. I don't blame you. We will push these redcoats yet. You'll love repeating dialogue from NPCs.
We must do something, and quickly!
Even if I wanted to, there's no time to disarm the enemies first, individually, and then kill them.
Well done, my friend. You have saved many lives today.
Connor?
Charles Lee has betrayed you. He forced retreat in the midst of battle, hoping the lost would take the lives of your men and see you relieved of your command.
What?
I'm sure he will come and spin a tale saying that he was outnumbered or I was somehow to blame. All lies. I will say it one last time. That man is your enemy, and he will not stop until you are dead or dishonored.
Connor's tale rings true. Lee was acting most odd upon the battlefield.
I will investigate these allegations at once.
The time for that is long past.
This must be done properly, else we're no better than those we oppose. Never mind the political ramifications of such an act.
Should you choose to spare Lee's life, then I will take it myself. Enjoy your victory, Commander. It will be the last I deliver you.
The audacity of Washington to place his hand on Connor's shoulder. Like, dude, consider yourself lucky enough he just doesn't kill you right there where you stand, you know what I mean?
Something's happened, Desmond. Abstergo has your dad.
Where? Italy. Same place they were holding you.
What are you two waiting for? Let's go.
There's more.
Hello again, Mr. Miles. I hope this message finds you well, or as well as it can, all things considered. It appears we now each have something the other desires. I propose a trade. Bring me the apple, and I'll return your father to you no worse for the wear. Should you refuse, he will still be returned, albeit much worse for the wear. I assume you'd like to avoid an unpleasant outcome.
I always knew it would come to this. Just not so soon. I wonder if Abstergo even knows what's about to happen. And has this been a part of their plan all along? Maybe they want the world to end. To see it all burned away. Then they'd have their new world, ripe for the reshaping. We talked about looking for another power source, leaving him there. It's probably what he'd want, for us to finish the mission. But I can't. It's hard enough taking a life, but letting one be taken? Knowing there was something I could do about it? Not a chance. Might be I'm risking my life, risking all our lives to save an asshole. But what else am I supposed to do? That asshole is my dad.
Father on the upper levels. Same place they kept you. There's an elevator bank down the hall. Try not to let them see you.
They know I'm here, Rebecca. There's no way they don't.
This is a bad idea.
I've always wondered if there's dialogue if you try to go back the other way. Lucas, your mom is on her deathbed at the end of a hard-fought battle with a very aggressive form of bile duct cancer. Oh, damn, man. So sorry to hear about that. That's really rough. Like, I can't imagine what that's like. Like, that's really, really, you know, such a terrible sort of, like, thing to happen to a person as well, you know. It's one of those things where, like, and there'd be so many different kinds of cancer and all that kind of stuff, but it's like, it's definitely moments like that where you would wish that there was like a cure, that there was something that could be, you know, done to turn things around as well. But yeah, so sorry to hear about that, Lucas. I hope that you and your family can, you know, stay as strong as you possibly can through this difficult time as well.
Hand over your weapons and come with me, sir.
I can show myself in, but thanks for the offer.
I'd rather this not turn ugly, Mr. Miles.
Then let me through.
Subdue the subject, please.
I need to even adhere to the challenge rules as Desmond. Alright, so they drop their weapon when you disarm them. So if I can grab the weapon that was dropped. Let's see if the game lets me. Let's see. I'm pressing the button that usually picks up weapons when you go past them, but no dice. Alright, so in that case it means that I'm allowed to kill these enemies without disarming them first. I mean, I'll try with the other ones to see, but I've pressed the button that makes the character select their fists, usually, but it's not doing that for Desmond. Yep. So double counter kills are allowed for these enemies. So even out of combat, the game won't let me pick up the enemy's weapons. Lucas, it's horrible. You're doing the best you can. It feels like a bad dream you can't wake up from, but sorry to bring everyone down. Lucas, it is absolutely no trouble at all. You know, like, it's definitely better to be able to get these things off your chest than try and, you know, be silent and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm definitely not a streamer that will tell someone that they're not allowed to, you know, express anything like that. Like, there's obviously times where that might not be the case, but for something as devastating as that, like, it's definitely something that I don't mind being mentioned. It's definitely not something that I would look at and go, you know, how dare you mention it or anything. So it's definitely understandable that it's a horrible experience as well. You know, and just so many things that the human body as well likes to throw at people.
Fourth
hostile environment. Really.
Where's my father?
You'll see him soon enough. Now be a good boy and wait for security to fetch you.
You're gonna have to climb the rest of the way.
He's headed up the elevator shaft. Send someone in.
Zareth, dice would be a weird weapon.
Need eyes on him.
I imagine.
Can't be far. Where the
Could
hell
still do
is he?
some damage though, depending if they're solid ones. Alright, so let's test these group of enemies for... Alright, so... That guy doesn't have a weapon to disarm. He's got a gun. Okay, so I can't pick up this weapon. Alright, so the challenge rules don't apply for these enemies either.
Jag could be anywhere, Desmond. Sorry, but I just don't know where he is.
That's okay. I do.
Lucas, on a positive note, you started playing Star Wars Jedi Survivor today. You like it? Oh, that's good. That's the sequel that I'd like to play. I enjoyed Fallen Order. I thought that was good. And I've got Survivor as well. Just a matter of figuring out when I'd like to actually put it into the schedule, but that's cool that you're enjoying it. Oh, cool, Lucas. That's good that it was free on the PlayStation Store. Very nice. It's always good to take advantage of those when you can. There's even been some games I've actually just downloaded. Well, I haven't downloaded them. I've just secured them. Where I've not been sure about the game even. But I've just gone, oh, I'll just get it. It's free. And if I end up not liking it, at least I haven't paid, extra money on top. Alright, so none of the enemies in this present day section can be disarmed, so all of them can be dealt how I see fit. So we're going to have a moment coming up with Daniel Cross where he unfortunately for him, has an unwanted automatic bleeding effect / re-experiencing memory of one of his ancestors. One of the assassins that you play as in Assassin's Creed Chronicles trilogy in Russia, Nikolai Orlov, is actually the ancestor of Daniel Cross. Now granted, there could be any number of Russian ancestry that he has, and the voice that he actually hears and him speaking in Russian could be any one of those Russian ancestors, but I like to think that it's actually Nikolai Orlov that he's experiencing a memory of in this moment where the bleeding effect and all that fucks him up.
Give me the apple. Let's not draw this out. You got nowhere to go, and I've got a gun. Speaking of which, it's the 21st century and you're still running around with only a tiny knife for protection? It's stupid. All right, Desmond. Game's over. Not now. Not now. Я еще ждет работа. Нет. Get out!
What the hell was that?
Enough is enough, Mr. Miles. I invited you here in the spirit of cooperation, but you responded to my hospitality with only violence. I had hoped we might preserve you and further study your memories. But you're not worth the trouble. I hereby authorize the use of deadly force. Kill the bastard, and then bring me the apple.
Okay, so Daniel Cross is in a running state, so I can't actually engage him in combat right now, and I don't think there's any way to make him fight me in a combat situation. Plus, he doesn't even have a weapon that I could disarm from him anyway. So as far as the challenge rules are concerned, they don't apply for what I'm about to do.
Not now!
Denying me an air assassination.
I gotta fight this!
Where's Vidic?
Nice, Lucas. You also got Vampire after seeing this Australian guy play it. That's very cool. Hope you enjoy it.
Vidic's office is up ahead.
You killed him. Daniel was like a son to me. A sickly son perhaps, but one full of promise. He's accomplished so much. And you will, and now you've taken him from me, from us, like the apple. Like Lucy, we want to help the world, Desmond, to save it from itself. But you keep getting in the way. All our hard work ruined. You're a fanatic, all your kind. Maintaining the erroneous belief that we are evil. That the work we do is wrong. We enrich lives here. We save and transform them. But you just keep taking and taking what isn't yours!
Please don't kill me. I'll let you in.
Zereth, no idea who was playing it. Me neither. Lucas, you think his name was Bob Legions? Oh yeah, Bob Legions. There's also Lob Begions as well. Let's see what happens if we carry this guy into the cutscene.
Dad? Not so fast, Mr. Miles. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm the one calling the shots. Now give me the apple.
You want it? Fine. Here it is.
Wait! No!
Never should have come here. You put everything on the line. For what? So you could rescue your father?
Yeah.
I'd get the power source hooked up before heading back into the Animus. But it's your call.
Zereth, that's not disarming them. Of course not. The game didn't allow it in that moment. It's like in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood when Ezio's using the apple. Because the health bar regenerates on its own, the game doesn't let you use your medicine. Whenever there's something that restricts me from doing something related to my challenge, it doesn't count against it.
I regret not asking you to hack into the Abstergo servers while you were there. A couple of well-placed relays and we'd be swimming in information.
We have everything we need.
Yeah, except the key.
We're close.
How do you know?
I just do.
I've been poking around a bit. Did you know there are machines down here that make, well, mana?
Wizard mana or biblical mana?
What do you think? Biblical, of course. The Greeks called it ambrosia. The Indians, amrit or soma. Most cultures around the world refer to a divine food, though I'd say its taste is anything but.
You ate something that came out of a 75,000-year-old machine?
And I live to tell the tale.
So? What did it taste like?
Cardboard. Taste of cardboard. Hardly the stuff of legends, though I wonder if the first civilization didn't taste differently than we do.
Maybe the flavorizer broke.
Flavorizer? You've certainly got away with words, Rebecca. Things are getting worse outside.
What do you mean?
Every day for the past 2 weeks, the sun has been throwing off larger and larger flares. Older satellites are starting to malfunction. I hear rumblings of recalling the crew on the International Space Station. There's already work being done as well to shield power stations and transformers on the ground. Not that any of it matters. This goes far beyond some brownouts. We all saw what's actually coming.
Do you know how it works?
Look, I'm no physicist, but it's something to do with the Earth's geomagnetic field. The flares and mass ejections disturb it, which appears to trigger seismic events. I've tried reaching out to people who might know better, but they all insist it's bunk. And I don't blame them. It sounds ridiculous.
I wish it was.
Best we finish up with Connor. Come on, Desmond. In you go.
There's something in the present day that I haven't been doing on purpose after getting each power source. If you want, when you get each power source, you can place it in where it needs to go, and you'll get cutscenes and all that kind of stuff. There's also interactions with Juno that happen too. But the reason I wanted to leave it until the game is literally like, hey, you can't progress now until you actually put all the power sources in, is simply because I want all the Juno conversations to be close enough together so that you can really get a great sense of the overarching story that's being told through them, instead of having it be, every so often in the narrative. So when we get to the point where the game is like, hey, you need to put all the power sources in now, that's when all the content related to Juno's cutscenes will actually start to be activated. I also just remembered too, there's some email I wanted to double check on.
Hello?
Hey. Do you think killing Vidic set Abstergo back?
I doubt it. Sure, he pioneered the Animus, but they've had the technology for decades now. Plenty of other people can take his place.
And Cross?
Oh, he was a loose cannon. I doubt anyone's mourning his death. I think these days he was more a symbol than an asset. I'm sorry, I don't mean to dismiss what you did. But it's going to take a lot more than a couple of deaths to stop the Templars.
Did Vidic put you in an Animus when you were at Abstergo? They'd be able to search your memories and track you back here.
Oh, they definitely tried, but I made things difficult for them. You can resist, you can cloud up the transmission, or just refuse to move. Eventually, they would have gotten what they needed, but it still would have taken them weeks.
Vidic threatened to put me in a coma once.
It would have made you more pliable. But if the user isn't engaged, it's a mess. I know they've been working on ways to extract memories and let others sift through those memories. Maybe they're even analyzing mine right now. Maybe they'll find us. I don't know. What I do know is that we've got to get through that door.
Yeah. I should probably get back into the Animus.
All this sort of like dialogue that we hear about all this kind of stuff, it's talking about things that of course we see come to fruition in games that came out after this, which shows that for a lot of the games that came out after AC3, for example Liberation, Black Flag, as well as Unity, there were already story elements of those either completely written or they were in the process of writing them. The anomaly though is Rogue, because they didn't start actually writing Rogue's story until the very year it came out in, whereas they had already started writing the stories for Black Flag and Unity years before they even started writing the story for Rogue. So there's a lot of stuff that Rogue tries to shoehorn in and fit into something that's already, if not fully completed to a point where trying to add more stuff in like they did with Rogue is just like taking a picture that's been completed and then someone else coming along and deciding to add an extra layer of the painting, even though that wasn't actually the original intention of the original painter. But yeah, all this stuff about sifting through memories, not having to be related to the person you're actually experiencing the memories of, all that kind of stuff. The dialogue in AC3 that refers to all that stuff is not accidental, and it's things that they had already started to put in place in those other narratives of the games that came out afterwards.
Hey, so, when this is over, and assuming it all works out, I was hoping I could, you know, come home.
I'd like nothing more.
Hey there, Taco. How's things going?
We're almost there, son. We'll have plenty of time to talk when this is all over. We should focus on our work now.
If only that was true, William.
Hey, Desmond, didn't Subject 16's...
His name was Clay.
Sorry, didn't Clay say Washington was a Templar?
No, he indicated that Washington came into contact with an Apple of Eden, but beyond that, it's all speculation. Furthermore, judging from the portrait referenced by Clay, the event occurred much later in Washington's life. Perhaps Connor wasn't even involved. It's very hard to know for sure. We'll just have to wait and see what, if anything, happens.
So what was it like being back at Abstergo?
I didn't expect to get out of there alive. It's a good thing Cross broke down the way he did. If he wasn't losing his mind, I'd probably be dead.
I guess he never really recovered.
What do you mean?
When he first came to us, he was exhibiting symptoms of the bleeding effect. It was real bad. He'd just go in and out at a moment's notice. No animus required. Got a little violent, too, sometimes. It took a while and a bunch of therapy, but we thought we had it under control. Once he went back over to Abstergo, though, who knows what they did to him.
I still worry about that happening to me.
He was raised in an animus, Desmond. There's overexposure, and then there's Daniel. Poor guy. That could never happen to you. We won't let it. Hey, when this is all over, we should take a trip somewhere. Celebratory vacation.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Now listen to you, Italy, Brazil, and the United States, all in the span of a few weeks. And you're complaining about not getting out enough?
Seriously, Sean?
No, not seriously. Are you mad? Trust me, no one wants time off more than I do, right? Do you have any idea how hard it is to crank those database entries out as fast as I do?
The sooner we're done here, the sooner we can take that vacation. Yeah, we should probably get back to work.
Okay, so there's an email I was thinking of earlier in the playthrough that I wanted to check. Mr. Sean talks too much, lol. He definitely can fill dead air, that's for sure. Ah, here we go. This is what I was looking for. The ones you name Minerva and Tinia. They called you here, and then they left. Don't you find it odd that they would go through all the trouble and then just disappear? There were discs here once. I threw them into the abyss when I still could. I think they were meant for you, filled with lies. You don't need such things. I alone will guide you. You don't trust me. I am the enemy. I bade you kill the traitor. But if you hadn't, you would have died, and the world as well. I hate you, but you will save us. So I offer my hand. I will lead you to salvation. Alright, so these discs. They don't explicitly say that they are actually memory discs. However, the fact that Juno says that they were filled with lies makes me feel like they actually were memory discs, the same kind that Altair used to imprint his memories onto so that Ezio later on could relive his memories through those discs. In Assassin's Creed Mirage, when Basim finds the prison where Loki was held, and there's all these memory discs that are actually in the archive there. So I've always been curious what were on these discs. Because the thing you got to remember is that when the Isu were doing their calculations, just because Juno says that they found the correct calculations to ensure what they wanted, that doesn't mean that it was the only one. There could have been two with a slightly different thing. And so, when you think about Juno telling Desmond what will happen if she's not freed, it makes me wonder, do these discs that she talks about in this email being thrown away, would they have had an alternate memory or something on them to show that ultimately Desmond freeing Juno wouldn't create the exact series of events that she said would happen if she wasn't freed? You know what I mean? So it makes me sort of think that there could be another manipulation that Juno has done with this whole thing, and that these memory discs that she threw them away because they could potentially prove something different to what she tells Desmond based on whether or not he actually frees her. Because the way that she paints it is that while you will stop the solar flare from happening again and saving the planet, eventually over time people will take your teachings and they'll twist it into their own ends and then use what they've twisted your words into as an excuse to basically enslave humanity again. And so that the cycle will continue. So that's what she tells Desmond if he decides to not save Juno or release her, right? But these memory discs, or these discs, if they're not memory discs, whatever they are, if they had information on them that actually proved otherwise, then maybe Desmond would not free Juno, because he would know that ultimately what she said would come to pass wouldn't actually happen, and all that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't mind if they had, in a future game or something, had a present day protagonist actually find these discs and actually relive the memories that were actually on those discs to see. And I think that would be the perfect way to create an Assassin's Creed game where you satisfy the fans who want a futuristic Assassin's Creed, but you don't compromise on the fact that the Isu were actually highly advanced beings that existed long before humans even got to the point where their technology would be even present day advancement. So I think that would be a great in for them to do that. So on those memory disks that Juno threw away, there could be some Isu related events that potentially in a future game you could have actually experienced and seen those memories from that point in time and be able to access the kinds of technology that the Isu actually had. And Mita, that would be great. Yeah, that's what I like doing. I like looking at what already exists and trying to come up with plausible, logical reasoning as to explain why something else could also happen as a result.
Home stretch, Desmond. I can feel it.
The tides of war are turning. The Loyalists fall back beneath the advancing Patriot army, their hold on this land weakening by the day. But the Templars only seem to grow stronger. Though fewer in number, the threat they pose appears undiminished. Making matters worse, Washington chose to spare the life of Charles Lee. I am told he has taken refuge inside Fort George, and so my days are spent searching for a way to breach its walls. Of my father, there is no trace, and I am glad of it. If I can be rid of Lee, there may still be a chance for reconciliation. And through it, peace.
Connor, he's asking for you.
Hello, Connor. Come now. Your sadness won't sustain me any more than that fool woman's soups and potions. Tell me of your latest exploits.
Charles Lee has been exposed, and the Patriots finally rid of him. They march now to secure the remaining cities that this country might finally be free.
Then you have won. The land and your people are safe. Yet you seem troubled.
Washington spared Lee's life.
So long as he lives, all are in danger. The same is true for your father. When you first came to me, you understood what had to be done, swore you'd see it through. If not for the Brotherhood, for your people, and all those threatened by the Templars.
But with Lee gone, my father might...
Listen to me. You have not come this far to throw it all away over misplaced sentiment. Both men must die.
Achilles.
There is nothing more to discuss.
Connor, I came as soon as I could.
Tell me you bring good news.
The Comte de Grasse said yes. You need only join his fleet in Chesapeake Bay and they will serve as required. But what exactly is it you intend?
It's better that I show you. Charles Lee may have been dismissed, but it does not mean we are safe.
But the commander?
The commander underestimates the threat, and no more time can be wasted trying to convince him otherwise. I must do this on my own.
Do what exactly?
Kill Charles Lee. He hides within Fort George, which is itself surrounded by a militarized district. I cannot hope to infiltrate it directly, so I will go under instead.
Incroyable.
The tunnels leading to the fort have been filled in. While I secure the Admiral's ships, I need you to clear them for me.
And the ships?
When signaled, they will bombard the fort.
Breaching its walls and creating a distraction, I see.
In the chaos, I will slip inside, find Charles Lee, and silence him forever.
Absolutely, Mita. Yeah, in the remastered version, they added a lot of different outfits that you couldn't actually get in the original version. I'll go back down there actually and show them. You've even got like the outfit that Alexios wears. Yeah, so you have Alexios's outfit. Bayek, his outfit. You have Shay Traitor Cormac's outfit. That should be burned, actually. Ezio's outfit. But I think that one was in the original version anyway. But Jacob Fry's outfit definitely wasn't in the original version. Then you got Edward Kenway's, and then you got Arno's outfit. It wasn't in Mita, no. Not in the original 2012 game. Some of the outfits that were newly added, they don't look bad on Connor. I mean, there's some there that I didn't have yet, like Aguilar's outfit from Assassin's Creed movie. But some of them, like, they seem too loose hanging on Connor as well. Amita Shay shouldn't be there though. Yeah, I mean, in universe, Achilles wouldn't have Shay's outfit. But yeah, his outfit wouldn't have been in the original version of AC3 either. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll do the first mission of Sequence 11, because doing so will unlock the final Dr. Lyle White Homestead mission.
Lafayette promised me a fleet beyond compare and a captain without peer. Instead, I find myself greeted by one old ship and a boy in costume.
I promise we are all you need, Admiral.
I doubt this very much, but beggars do not choose.
And the ships I require?
They are yours, provided we survive this.
What would you have me do?
Hold the bay while I engage the main fleet. Should any British ships dare approach, destroy them. They must be kept from Yorktown.
All handsaws. Hell is manifest upon the sea. How many do you reckon?
Too many.
If anyone can hold the line, 'tis us. I only hope the Admiral's quick to return. Enemy approaching! All right, boys! Make ready for war! Looks like they're coming to say hello. Ready yourselves! Aye, aye!
Where is Lafayette? He's behind you right now. Zereth, I suppose this battle goes good. I'm not going to throw away my shot. I guess it could. Could be related.
Escort's all sunk. We're on our own now, sir.
God. Where are our blasted reinforcements? They will come. We must hold the bay until they do.
Oh, this is madness. You're alone and we're without reinforcements. Now. That beast is sure to sink us if we're not careful.
He's not really planning to board them, is he? Has he lost his mind? He's going to get us all killed.
The ship is yours, Mr. Faulkner.
Alright, so I can't disarm the captain, the main target that we need to assassinate. So for him, I can use other methods. In true Kenway fashion. True mean the actual important Kenways. Edward and Connor. Love this moment.
You mad bastard.
Just like his grandfather.
They say you took down that man of war all alone. Perhaps Lafayette did not exaggerate when he spoke of your abilities. As promised, my ships are yours to command. What do you require?
5 of them must enter New York's harbor flying British flags.
Wait. I thought you might need some pirates killed or goods transported, and instead, you asked for us to, what, shell New York?
No. Of course not.
Ah.
Only part of it.
Explain yourself.
I mean to infiltrate Fort George, but it is too well guarded. Cannon fire will breach its walls and scatter its guards.
And a ship that flies the French flag could never get near it.
You understand, then?
Not at all. But a promise is a promise, even when made to a lunatic.
I will light a signal fire when it is time for you to attack.
Vous l'avez entendu. Récupérez leurs drapeaux qu'on puisse les accrocher. Allez, vite!
Hello, Connor. Welcome back.
Is everything in place?
Oui. Lafayette waits for you inside the tunnel beneath the city.
But before we do that, though, there's a homestead mission related to the Battle of Chesapeake that we just engaged in.
Doctor, you need to help me.
You won't lose your leg, that much I can promise you. But it will hurt some for a time longer.
No, Zareth. No, you don't meet
Looks worse than it
Alexander
is.
Hamilton.
Just keep it clean and you should be fine.
Who's that?
Honor, I simply can't get to all these men in reasonable time. I need help. From you, from anyone.
I think I have someone for you.
Yeah, Mr. Goatee. Please, sir, I'm sick, poor, and hungry. Oh, one of the founding fathers. Ah, yeah, definitely don't meet them.
Diana, come with me. I need your help.
Of course. What's the matter?
Dr. White is overwhelmed and needs some extra hands.
I'm no doctor, Connor.
Maybe not. But I have seen you care for people before. You have the way of it.
Diana, perfect. I'm told you have a healer's hand. Please see to this young man. Connor, if you could help the 2 gentlemen out front.
The 2 gentlemen out front. Meanwhile, there's quite a few people that we need to help here.
Thanks, Skip. Good of you to help. I should be all right.
Many thanks, Captain.
Hey there, Sean. Welcome on in. How's things going?
Caught some burn off a rope. It happens. Thanks, Skipper.
Caught a piece of shrapnel in the shoulder. Bad luck. Thank you, Captain.
That's a spot better, sir. Thanks.
You did well, Connor. But Diana, you impressed me greatly.
Well, thank you, Doctor. I haven't studied the practice or anything.
Maybe not, but your instincts are superb, and you have a healer's touch. If you had the time, I would be grateful for your help on a more regular basis.
Might be Catherine could watch the young ones a few days a week.
And if she can't, we'll find someone who will.
Zereth, so Alexander Hamilton, January 11, 1755, or 57, to July 12, 1804, was an American military officer, statesman, and founding father who served as the first U.S. Secretary of the Treasury from 1789 to 1795 during the presidency of George Washington, the first president of the United States. Yeah, definitely don't. I can't remember the names of all the people that would be considered the founding fathers, but I don't think Connor meets all of them. Doesn't even meet, I think, all the people who signed the Declaration of Independence either. Mr. Goethe, you know what? You bet Cassandra and the dude from AC Valhalla would be beaten by Connor's stealth tactics? Maybe, yeah. I mean, they're not necessarily in-universe stealth practitioners, I guess. Oh, AC3 is going well, Sean. We finished off sequence 10. I did the first memory of sequence 11 so I could get this homestead mission with the doctor. So we've done that. And we did the present day story part where we go and rescue William Miles. But yeah, it's going really good. You're going great. You're playing Crystal of Atlan. It's a new game. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. And yeah, I never actually heard about that game before. So it's a new one. Is it of what kind of game is it? Like what genre and stuff? Zereth then served as an artillery officer in the American Revolutionary War, where he saw military action against the British Army in the New York and New Jersey campaign. Served for 4 years as aide-de-camp to Continental Army Commander-in-Chief George Washington, fought under Washington's command in the war's climactic battle, the Siege of Yorktown, which secured American victory in the war and with it independence of the United States. I gotcha. Yeah, definitely Zereth, a copy and paste for sure. But yeah, I had no idea about that person. Mr. Goethe, you would love to see all three of them fight, though. You mean Valhalla has strength and variety, Cassandra has the spear, Connor has heaps of tricks. Yeah, I mean, the only way to see that would be in, like, a fan-made, animated, or live-action sort of thing. There's no official in-canon way to have that happen. Oh yeah, Sean, so it's an MMO action RPG. Well, I hope you enjoy the game. I hope it's a good one. Zereth, hence why you are slow. Oh yeah, no, that's alright. But yeah, no, definitely not someone that Connor interacts with. And it's not part of the narrative either. Of AC3, that is. Mr. Goethe, AI would be cool. To some extent. I see a lot of those videos where they use AI to show a concept of what a game would look like as a movie from, like, whatever decade. And it's so funny, too, because you get the mouth movements, but no dialogue coming out. And they're just, I don't know, there's just something really cringe. Sean, you want to play AC4 so badly, but your laptop charger is broken. Oh, is it? Oh, damn. Yeah, it's very frustrating when stuff like that happens and prevents you from being able to play certain games. Zereth, he was also made into a musical by Lin-Manuel Miranda. That I definitely didn't know either as well. I wish this icon would stop playing silly buggers with me and actually be positioned where I need to actually literally be.
Old man,
Achilles.
Rest in peace, Achilles. Now he joins his wife and son. Just to go tell you, once saw a YouTube channel use AI to make like fun of popular stuff ruined by Billy Maguire, like Resident Evil 4 ruined by Billy Maguire or Borat. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like when it's applied in a parody or a comedic kind of context, it is really, really, funny and stuff to see it. They really are, Sean. Oh yeah, yeah. Resident Evil is another franchise that I really like a lot. Exactly, Mr. Goethe. Rest in peace, old man. When I first played this game, because I didn't do all the homestead missions, the game doesn't actually really point out to you that Achilles is dead for Connor's time period. Like, when you finish the game and after the credits and everything, and when there's those missions where Connor can go and see the two epilogue things, the game doesn't tell you that Achilles is dead. Naturally, when the present day scene showing his grave is there, obviously, you know that he dies, but when you actually do all the homestead missions, you get to see the actual discovery of Achilles dead.
What is it? Achilles has passed. I'm so sorry. He passed peacefully and with dignity. A service, then? Yes. Please prepare something appropriate. I will see the grave is dug. Can you gather everyone?
Anna, if you are reading this, I have failed to say goodbye as I wanted, but the time never seemed appropriate. I leave this land and all its resources to you. I trust you now know this place has become something of great significance. A community to serve as an example of what this would-be nation could become. But the larger and stronger it grows, the more fragile and difficult to defend it becomes. I hope your friends who are birthing this infant country understand this truth. Your unwavering tenacity and honesty have burdened you with responsibility far greater than any one man should bear. But you, if anyone, are capable. You have given an old man hope that all is not lost. And for that, I thank you. I ask that you lay my bones to rest on the hill overlooking the water. There is no other place on this earth I'd rather be. I am grateful to have met you, knowing you will guide this land and these people to a better future. Yours in brotherhood, Achille.
I hate how that gets cut off.
Prayer and sermon do not suit this occasion. Achilles was not a man of God. Not my God, at any rate. But he certainly believed in a guiding force. And he is at peace now, and for that we can be grateful. We lay him to rest here, atop the bluff where he made his honorable and dignified life, so he can remain that comforting presence, the old man on the hill, that we have all grown to depend on. You all had your own relationships with him, your own moments, and I implore you to return here when the time is right for you and share those stories with the waves and the trees. Achilles, you will be missed, but never forgotten. Go safely, old man, safely to where your soul need rest.
I will make you proud, old man.
The name of Achilles' son is Connor. Even though Haytham is Connor's biological father, Achilles was actually more of a father to Connor. So the fact that he chose his own actual biological son's name to give to Radunga Hedun has some extra weight to it. Mr. Goethe, you'll post it in Listeners Discord so you can take a look. No worries at all, dude. That'll be good. Sean, remakes were a little missing things from the original games. What you liked from the original Resident Evil 4 was that you can shoot the merchant. Oh, that's something that I think I've done once before in the original, but I didn't actually try it in the remake, so I didn't realize it was something you couldn't do. But you're right, though, too, as well. Resident Evil 3 probably has a lot of the most things cut from the original when they did the remake. Absolutely, Sean. Yeah, Haytham was very much a bad father. Absolutely. You can interact with Achilles' grave, but I'm going to leave that as the last thing to do for the playthrough. Because there's 2 epilogue memories that you play after the credits and the present day story is finished. So after I do those epilogue memories, then I'll do the interaction with Achilles' grave. Achilles, his wife Abigail, and his son Connor. That's true, Sean, yeah. Haytham did try to kill Connor. Once he realized that there was no way that Connor would become a Templar. Hey Schiller, I'm doing good, thanks dude. We've just done all the homestead missions now. We're in sequence 11 of the story, so on track to finish the game in the stream. How's things going with you, dude? The only homestead stuff I'm not doing for this playthrough is creating all the, what do they call it? The inventions. But in terms of the narrative aspects of homestead mission, I've already done them all. All the homestead missions for Achilles, Big Dave, Godfrey and Terry, Lance, Warren and Prudence, Norris, Lyle White, Ellen, Miriam, Father Timothy, and Oliver and Corinne. Sean, except for Shay Cormac, but he's still cool. Yeah, he definitely has a fan base, that character.
Has your Pippin thrown a shoe?
Yes, Pippin has thrown a shoe, that fool of a took. Hope he throws himself in next time and rids us of all his stupidity.
What do you need, my friend?
Shirley, you good? You just tired? There's a party this week going on in front of your house. GG's to the homestead missions. Oh, that's definitely understandable, Sheila. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. I hope that when you can get some really good sleep as well. Hopefully they're not gonna, be going for too long and, too loud for you as well. And thanks for the GG's on that. Sean, you almost beat AC Rogue. You just got stuck in the icy island, whatever you call it. You really forgot it's been 2 years after you played some AC games. Oh, that's totally fair too, especially after a long time like that. Because 2 years is a pretty big amount of time between. But hopefully you can, finish the game soon. And would it be your first time playing through it?
Sometimes I worry that these patriots, for all their talk of liberty and equality, will fall back into the old ways. It will depend greatly on who is chosen to lead them. A man of humble means who has worked to earn his place. I think a man like that is less likely to dream of thrones. All men dream of thrones. It is in our nature. Then what would you do? Ensure their leader is sterile. Without an heir, the threat of succession is ended. It might be left to the people once more.
Oh, that's totally fair, Sean. The only thing you hated in AC4 was the sailing missions. No offense, the game is good. Yeah, that's the kind of difficulty with the naval missions and stuff. Because in this game, at least, there's only a select few that the game forces you to go through. and all the other ones are optional. Whereas with Black Flag, it's the opposite. You know, there's heaps of missions where you're on the ship and you can't skip them.
Connor. This tunnel will take you into the military district.
And the Admiral?
He waits for you to light this signal. And then the strike begins.
And we will be there as well.
Bastards have a sights! You come back here, you!
This looks a lovely place to hide.
Stay right there.
He's off! Bastards trying to get away!
Give over. He's vanished.
Need to get inside the fort. I am in no condition to fight. Need to stay
away from the guards.
Where are you, Charles?
Gone.
Come now. You cannot hope to match me, Connor. With all your skills, you're still but a boy, with so much left to learn.
Give me Lee!
Impossible. He is the promise of a better future. The sheep need a shepherd.
He has been dismissed and censured. He can do nothing for you now.
A temporary setback. He will be restored.
You act as though you have some right to judge. To declare me and mine wrong for the world. And yet everything I've shown you, all I've said and done, should clearly demonstrate otherwise. We did not harm your people! We did not support the crown! We worked to see this land united and at peace. Under our rule, all would be equal. Do the Patriots promise the same?
They offer freedom.
Which I've told you, time and time again, is dangerous. There will never be consensus, son, amongst those you have helped to ascend. They will each differ in their views of what it means to be free. The peace you so desperately seek does not exist.
No! Together they will forge something new. Better than what came before.
These men are united now by a common cause. But when this battle is finished, they will fall to fighting amongst themselves about how best to ensure control. In time, it will lead to war. You will see.
The Patriot leaders do not seek control. There will be no monarch here. The people will have the power, as they should.
The people never have the power, only the illusion of it. And here's the real secret. They don't want it. The responsibility is too great to bear. It's why they're so quick to fall in line as soon as someone takes charge. They want to be told what to do. They yearn for it. Little wonder that, since all mankind was built to serve.
So because we are inclined by nature to be controlled, who better than the Templars? It is a poor offer.
It is truth! Principle and practice are two very different beasts.
No, Father, you have given up, and would have us all do the same.
Alright, that's the only way to get all the dialogue between them. Because if you do what's needed to actually progress the fight, you'll lose all the dialogue. So you need to make sure that he's actually not near anything that Connor will actually throw him into. And you have to make sure that all you're doing is just pressing the button to counter his move, but not actually press anything except for the counter move again when the animation of them clashing is over. Now in terms of disarming Haytham, the game won't let me do it. The only way to actually damage Haytham in this fight is to be near an object that Connor can then throw him into. So that's why I wasn't progressing the fight the way it needed to be, because I wanted to get all the dialogue. And for the disarm challenge, the rules don't apply because the game won't let me disarm him anyway. And the only way to actually hurt him in the fight is to throw him against stuff.
No, Father, you have given up, and would have us all do the same. No, Father, you have given up, and would have us all do the same. Surrender, and I will spare you.
Brave words from a man about to die.
You fare no better.
Even when your kind appears to triumph, still we rise again. And do you know why? It's because the Order is born of a realization. We require no creed, no indoctrination by desperate old men. All we need is that the world be as it is. And this is why the Templars will never be destroyed.
Don't think I have any intention of caressing your cheek and saying I was wrong. I will not weep and wonder what might have been. I'm sure you understand. Still, I'm proud of you in a way. You've shown great conviction, strength, courage. All noble qualities. I should have killed you long ago.
We've got a problem. Haytham doesn't have the amulet anymore.
But the temple's still sending data. There must be more to this story.
Only one way to find out.
Oh, I was just about to loot Haytham's body. Sorry, chat. I'll catch up in a moment.
My father is dead. Charles Lee now leads the Templar Order in his place. I see now why ours is an eternal war. For each piece taken from the board, another is placed upon it. Back and forth we go. Across the world. Across the ages. Some days mine feels an impossible task. But I cannot afford to be consumed with doubt. The people need me. Now more than ever. I must stop the Templars. I will kill Charles Lee.
Alright, I need to pause it there because it's going to transition into more dialogue and everything. So I'll just pause it there so I can catch up with Chad. Sean, you mean you like going on the ship, sail it to whatever island you get to. It's fun exploring the ocean, but the battles are so stressful. That's fair too as well. Yeah, there can be quite a good amount of exploration you can do. You can sort of like, especially if you like sea shanties, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, when you're actually in a battle or if you're having to do stealth stuff, it can be very, very stressful and there's a lot of things that can go wrong. A lot of things you need to keep an eye on. Hey there now, bro. I hope you're having a good day today despite, you know, being in hospital and everything. I hope things are going well. Where is Charles Lee? Where is Lee Charles? I'm so used to saying it, Charles Lee. Where is Lee, Charles? Zereth, ancient Charles Lee from the Old Kingdom. Yes, like let's trace back his ancestry. Hey there, Biko. Welcome on in. How's things been? In Meta, it's really stupid that they removed whistling from Unity and replaced it with cherry bombs. It is in Meta. You know, that's definitely a criticism with Unity that I can, you know, sympathize with as well. And even though there's some kind of reasoning for why they did it, and it's purely just because they introduced the last known position, so they wanted players to use that instead of whistling. At the same time, though, I think that they should have still had whistling be a thing as well, because there are some situations where using the last known position isn't that intuitive. You know what I mean? Like, if you jump into a haystack through the flow of gameplay because you want to hide from the enemy, like, yeah, if they see you before you jump in and there's a last known position, then they'll go directly there, which lines you up for a haystack kill. But at the same time, though, if you're allowed to whistle from the haystack, then you can orchestrate when you're ready for the enemy to come near you, because then you whistle, and they do. So I think they should have kept whistling as well as the last known position. You can have two of them. You can have both of them. That's true, nah, bro. Yeah, America. Yeah, it is interesting what Haytham says there, of course. Now, granted, we know how history goes, so we know that there's a civil war that breaks out in America eventually, right? But that doesn't mean the people in the past couldn't have theories or predict things. You know what I mean? Like, it's like nowadays. Like, we can predict something. It doesn't mean that we have foreknowledge of it actually happening, but we can sometimes surmise that something might be possible, even if it's not going to actually happen yet, you know. So Haytham talking about this stuff that ends up happening doesn't necessarily mean that he's like psychic or something like that. It just means that he looks at the situation and he can see potential for, even under the same banner, eventually for a conflict to happen. Shall I talk to us, Haytham? Exactly. That's the trade-off. Like, having a fight with Haytham and having dialogue and having the only way that you can actually defeat him be throwing him into things, and you need to be in the vicinity of those things, but it interrupts dialogue and it makes the fight shorter than what the dialogue has been recorded for. It's not ideal if you really want to hear all the dialogue. If you don't care for dialogue in games, it's no problem, you know, because you just do the actions required to finish the fight and then boom, it's over. But if you're actually interested in what Haytham is saying to Connor, if you do what's needed at the pace that the gameplay is wanting you to, then you'll miss out on all that dialogue. So that's why I wanted to get it all, because I think what Haytham says has a lot of, you know, relevance and importance and all that kind of stuff. So the fact that doing things normally in gameplay will shorten that and cut it off is a little bit of a bane of a player like me who does like dialogue in games and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, if you want to make sure that you can hear all the dialogue, move Haytham away from any of the barrels or anything like that. And then when he attacks you, just press the button that you would normally press to then go into like a disarm or a counter. But instead of pressing anything afterwards, just press the button and then just wait until the animation for their clashing stops, and then rinse and repeat until the dialogue stops. Zereth, do you think his father has given up? That was funny too as well, how that last bit of dialogue that he says keeps on looping after every time you actually do damage to him. Indeed, Amita. Bye-bye, Haytham. Ray, the Templars' ideology is fundamentally defeatist worldview. They're just like, well, humans are naturally evil, so it's in their best interest to be controlled by someone worthy. Exactly, Ray. Yeah, that's definitely a good point. And the other thing is too, like, there's a different, like, something can be true, but it doesn't mean that it has to be accepted as in no sort of like counter argument should be made against it. You know what I mean? So when Haytham says things like, humans were built to serve, it's like, well, I mean, in Assassin's Creed universe, because the Isu created humans to be slaves, he's talking about something that in the universe of Assassin's Creed is very relevant to the people who created humans, which were the Isu, So when he says built to serve, he's literally saying that humans were literally built to serve by the Isu, right? But in the context of real world stuff, his sort of like sentiment, it may be true, but that doesn't mean it's something that should just be like, oh, well, we have to accept it then, because it's true. Yeah, nah, bro, it's like, eat poo, Haytham. He definitely will. Right, show some respect for your dad's corpse. Yeah, Connor's like, what's he got on him? No, bro, you still just like how long it took to get to play as Connor from that opening sequence. That's definitely understandable. Sometimes when I'm not doing a playthrough to get all the optional objectives, I'll just basically go through Haytham's stuff just to get through it. Hey there, Mr. Epic. Haytham let Connor win that because he was holding down Connor's hidden blade hand only to let it go to choke him. Yeah, I've actually heard that theory, which I feel is a bit silly, because why would Haytham want his son to kill him? Like, his intent at the start of the fight is clearly to kill Connor, so I don't know why Haytham would just give up and let Connor win. That kind of takes away any kind of, like, skill and strategy and earned dominance that Connor actually gets over him. It almost says that Connor had no effect on Haytham's, defensive capabilities, and so Haytham's just like, I'll let you win kind of thing. So yeah, I've heard that before, that people think that Haytham let Connor win, but to me it just feels a bit cheap, if that was actually true. Because it's essentially saying that the only reason Connor won that fight is because his father let him win, which doesn't make sense, because like Haytham has no desire to see his son live beyond the encounter. So, it's like, if you wanted to kill someone, why would you then not, why would you let them win against you kind of thing? Sean, you're rooting for an AC4 remake. Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's good, but the way that the animations for their characters are nowadays, I don't think seeing those characters done like robotic animatronics is going to be really that good. Because, yeah, ever since Odyssey, the movements of the characters in cutscenes has been very robotic and very sort of like the gestures that they do is quite generic and looping. Because Rod's soothing voice will especially help you. His ASMR voice will love. Well, personally, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream, Suiko. Mr. Epic, he had so many chances to kill him, but never did. He just didn't want to kill his son. Up until this fight, that's definitely true, because he was curious about Connor, and also he wanted to try and turn Connor into a Templar. So he was also putting the feelers out there to see how malleable that Connor would be and how receptive to his teachings Connor would be. And so he was hoping that Connor would actually become a Templar. And when Connor was like, you've told me a lot of stuff, but you haven't actually proven anything, and they go into the tent with Washington, Haytham already knew what he would find there. He was hoping that it would be a gotcha moment to Connor, by revealing that Washington had ordered an attack on Connor's village. But Haytham didn't expect his manipulation of Connor to backfire and have Connor actually be like, look, we're finished as well. So there may have been a desire for Haytham to keep Connor alive, but before this fight started and all that kind of stuff, Haytham was definitely at the point where he wanted to kill his son. No, but you think by the fight comes around, Haytham looks at Connor as a problem rather than a son. Exactly, nah, bro. Yeah. Yeah. It's gone beyond a point where he feels like he and Connor can be father and son, and now Connor is just another assassin that he has to kill. Hey, Lieutenant Dan, welcome on in. You're taking this Latin Greek in current use, class and it's wild. Modern English, especially formal English, is damn near all assimilated from Greek and Latin, however in the Latin alphabet. Yeah, it's crazy to think about that stuff, isn't it? You know, like, we often think of things just being separate and of their own origin without any influence from anything else. But when you actually have a look, it's interesting to see what things were inspired by other stuff, and then it becomes its own thing and all that kind of stuff. So that's really cool, you know, finding those connections and stuff. Sean Connor ain't dumb. Exactly, Sean. Yeah. You know, like he's not stupid enough to believe that Haytham just so happened to come across that information. Like Haytham most likely would have scouted out the fact that Washington had already sent that, you know, that message to basically destroy Connor's village. He was just waiting for the right moment to try to use it as a gotcha to Connor to say, see, this is why you should be fighting for the Templar side. But it backfired on him.
We gather today to remember a man of peerless vision who sought to change the world. And change the world he did. Look around. Even now, the British prepare to retreat. Their spirits broken. Their forces splintered. The Patriot leadership shall soon follow. Either into our service, or into the ground. And then, my friends, all of this will finally be ours. We have Haytham to thank for this. He and all those others who sacrificed for our cause. But he was not content merely to save the people of America, no. He sought to save those sworn to our destruction. He sought to save the assassins. Aye, it seems a mad thing now. And it cost him his life. The assassins are a cruel and terrible coven. They speak only the language of death. Too late he learned the truth of this. Murdered by his own son. He gave his life as he lived it, in service to a dream we all share. And so we must fight on. We will vanquish our enemies. We will spread our word. And in time, my brothers and sisters, in time, we will have our new world. He sent me away. That day, at Fort George. He feared for my safety. I should have stayed. He said there was no danger.
He was wrong.
I will kill you, Connor. This I swear. Not here, though. Not today. No. First, I'll destroy all you hold dear. I'll burn that homestead of yours to the ground and roast the severed heads of your precious founding fathers in its flames. And when I've finished with them, all the rest will burn as well. Your merry band of assassins, the human refuse that lives on your land, your village and its people, all of it, gone.
You can try, Charles. But as with all your schemes, this too will end in failure.
Get him on his feet. He will wait. He will watch. And then, when he's seen all his life's work brought to ruin, only then will I allow him to die. Take him away.
Shame we have to keep you alive.
Alright, so that guy didn't have a weapon that we could disarm. This guy does, however. This guy doesn't have a weapon to disarm, so we can take care of him like that. There we go. Alright, now this guy's turn. There we go. Thank you, Lieutenant Dan, for leaving the lurk. Thank you very much. If there's something strange in your neighborhood, who you gonna call? If there's something weird and it don't look good, who you gonna call? I ain't afraid of no ghost. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Repeat after me, Ben.
I ain't afraid of no. I ain't afraid. I ain't. All right, Arnold. I am afraid of ghosts. Please help me.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming those those impressions. Thank you. I love Ghostbusters. It's such a great movie, that one. Last year it turned 40 years old. Dr. Darling, you're done with work early, which means you get to do nothing for the rest of the day. Oh, very nice, dude. That's good. That's really good. Sean Connor literally beat a whole army with just a tomahawk in the trailer. Now, that is a great trailer, Sean, for Assassin's Creed 3. Like, I really like how you have the eagle soaring through the trees, and then it transitions into being Connor going through the trees on the tree branches. Which in true Assassin's Creed fashion with those cinematics gives you a bit of an idea of some of the things that you'll be able to do in gameplay, you know, like running across the treetops and all that kind of stuff. Dr. Darling, take it easy, I'm just needling you. Sheila, once again, Charles, your hubris and arrogance will kill you. Exactly, Sheila. Absolutely. Then there's that moment later where instead of actually shooting Connor straight away, he just talks and talks and talks. Which is a classic moment when a villain, instead of dispatching the hero quickly, decides to talk to them first, giving them an opportunity to actually fight back and survive.
Where's Charles Lee gone?
The harbor. To catch a ferry.
Ah, another great piece of music. Boom, 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 boom. Sean, my guy, can block with a tomahawk. Big respect. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh yeah, nah, bro. That's no worries at all. You're gonna give your data break, so catch you later. No problem at all. Nah, bro. You take care of yourself, dude. It was good to see you in chat again. Mr. Epic, in that fight, Haytham still had a lot of stamina left and was winning. You really think he didn't fight seriously to kill Connor? He's really good at fighting, but you think Haytham was just a bit stronger, also has a lot more experience, just your opinion. And that's totally fair. Yeah, I just feel it cheapens Connor's success by saying that he only won because Haytham led him. Indeed, Dr. Darling. Where is Charles Lee? Give me Lee. Oh, that's all good, Sean. That's no worries at all. Yeah, Edward Kenway. Mr. Epic, I found this online. Haytham effectively allowed Connor to kill him during their final confrontation. Haytham deliberately positioned himself in a way that Connor had to kill him to survive, which was explained in Haytham's journal in the Assassin's Creed Forsaken novel. Haytham couldn't bring himself to kill Connor, but he knew one of them would have to die. In that case, then, the writer has done something which undermines a crucial thing about Connor, and that's he's trained enough and he's gone through enough experience to be able to go toe-to-toe with his father. And so dramatically, to actually have him just basically let his son win is a bit of a weak sort of thing to write for a character like Haytham as well, who he himself is a very sort of like, you know, strong character. So even if it's in that novel, it doesn't mean I'm going to agree. I still think it undermines and makes Connor's skills seem like they don't matter if Haytham's just going to let Connor win. Sean, yeah, okay, the only thing Edward's mistake was trusting Reginald Bitch. Exactly, Sean. Yeah. Yeah, Reginald Bitch. Indeed, Amita, the legend Edward Kenway. Absolutely. Hey AC, did you know that there are more airplanes underwater than there are submarines in the sky? Yeah, I could actually see that. Unless there's also a submarine that can double as a plane.
I believe these men meet the requirements.
You believe incorrectly. They're sick and weak. We're looking to build an army, not fill an almshouse.
It would take months to get them into fighting shape. We don't have the time.
No. Please. We'll do anything you want. Anything. Only take us with you.
Quiet, well. Your merchandise is useless to us.
Perhaps we should discuss this back in my cabin. Sorry to have disappointed.
Hey, see, and that's the thing you know now and knew then, but didn't know you knew then, but now that you know now. I love that kind of wordplay, humor. Now they know that we know that they know that we know. There's a movie called The Burbs with Tom Hanks. And anyway, the neighbors in that movie who are very strange, they see Tom Hanks's character and his friend Art talking to each other in their backyard, and they write a letter, or Art writes a letter to tell them that he knows what they did, and they throw that letter back in the yard. And anyway, long story short, when Art reads the letter that he sent, that got sent back to him, he's like, now they know that we know that they know that we know. Sean, there's a little dark humour. AC, Razok, here's a weird question. Is the S or C silent in scent? That actually is a really good question too, as well. Because when you say the word scent, as in the currency, and then when you say the word scent, as in smell, even though it starts with S and not C, you're essentially pronouncing both letters in the same way. So in a way, it's like the pronunciation doubles up on itself. That can be confusing, Sean, for sure. Oh yeah. AC, depends on if you read it or if you read it. Depends on if you read it or if you read it. It can go both ways. Mr. Epic, you think it doesn't make Connor weak? It just shows you that Haytham was just so strong but didn't have it in him to kill his son. I guess you could look at it that way. The other thing about novelizations too is you don't know whether that was the official thing in the game itself, or if that's something that after a fact a writer has come up with and put in the book. Because retroactively you can write whatever you want to change a character's actual motivations that we saw in the actual source material. Even though Forsaken doesn't, strictly adapt Assassin's Creed 3's story, it's still a writer post the story of AC3 deciding that they want to make Haytham feel that way, when in the actual game there's no real evidence to support it.
I'm sorry to have disappointed.
As you should be. For us to have come all this way for nothing. Tell me now why I shouldn't have you thrown into the sea.
No need to be rash. Only give me a little more time. I'll scour the other ships if I must. I'm certain there are prisoners who will meet your needs.
Very well. You have 2 days.
Thank you.
Present yourself to the Green Dragon Tavern in Boston with the men you've chosen. We shall meet you there along with our master.
Lieutenant Dan? Onomatopoeia. That's it. That's the word that describes that. Mr. Epics, that's true too. Yeah, like for example, in the novelization of Assassin's Creed 2, there's no present-day story present at all in it. Now granted, that's a bit different because it's basically just ignoring it. It doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. But they just wanted to make the novel focus entirely on Ezio's sort of thing. But in terms of like novelizations, with movies, for example, when they do a novelization, not all the time, but most times, it's actually based on a very early version of the screenplay. Because they might want the novelization to actually come out the same time as the actual movie. They'll give the writer of the novelization a lot of time to get their work done. And so because scripts can change even daily, but they still want to lock in some version of the story for the novel, then they'll just go with that. And so when the person writing the novelization is writing stuff, they're basically going off the original script or an early version of the script, which may not reflect the actual finished product. So novelizations can't necessarily be 100% considered to be a canonical telling of the story. So with novelizations of video games, especially if you're not literally adapting the game in question, there's definitely a lot of leeway for the writer to come up with their own interpretation of things that were in the original source material that they're drawing from, but may not necessarily be the intent of the original author. So whoever wrote the story for AC3, for example, versus the person who wrote the novelization based on AC3's events and coming up with, you know, a journal for Haytham. Obviously, the journal can still exist in the world of the story without us actually knowing about it at the time, you know what I mean? So retroactively, it's understandable that they use that as a device where it's like, hey, you know, there's a journal. Because there's nothing in the game that says that Haytham didn't keep a journal, because there's so many years where we don't actually play as him, and we don't see him in the story. So there's potentially thousands of things that could happen that he could take note of in his diary. So I could see that being as a an open door thing where it's like, well, if there's so much time that happens, maybe that's how Haytham actually felt. And so from that perspective, I can definitely understand why looking at that novel and being like, well, they explain this, so that makes sense, and so therefore it can be applied to the actual game itself. There, if the scent makes sense, that scents have a scent. Exactly.
Need something, darling?
No.
Ugh, rude.
Can I help you? You know you can. Pardon? Oh! Jesus. I do not like having my time wasted.
Stop that! Oh, don't make me call the guards.
Make a sound and you die.
What do you want? He's in the harbor, at the Long Pier, most likely. We heard what happened at the parade. Charles got all nervous, said he was leaving the country. I thought he was overreacting. Guess not. No.
Thank you.
Mr. Epic, it's funny you found out about the novel thing because Google uses AI now. AI is going to take over. And then something else will have to take over AI that AI itself creates. And the cycle will continue. Dr. Darling? Who said that? Oh, sorry, I wasn't actively listening to the dialogue from the game in that moment, but the woman that spoke to Connor, yeah, she said darling, didn't she? Yeah. I was saying earlier that the game that will replace this for the Wednesday and Thursday time slot will not actually be the game that I want to do a stream of if there's enough time today. So I'll decide over the next few days what the replacement game will be for this. But I wanted to choose a game that I wouldn't just do a short stream of today and then not get back to the game for another, week. So I'll wait until next Wednesday to actually start the playthrough of the game that will replace this game for the Wednesday and Thursday. But today, if I still want to stream something, I've already got something lined up to jump into that can fill out the rest of my stream day today. Because tomorrow I'll be getting into Vampire again, because it'll be Friday.
The news of our... I'll cut the price on cause to make it disappear. Come on, folks, we've got to go. Why do you persist? You put us down, we rise again. You end one plot, we forge another. You try so hard, but it always ends the same. Those who know you think you mad, and this is why. Even those men you sought to save have turned their backs on you. Yet you fight. You resist. Why?
Because no one else will.
Rough night, was it? He headed inland. Took a ferry up the Charles River.
I will need passage as well.
Of course. Only say the word.
Zereth, or has something got you lined up? Maybe. That guy teleported in the cutscene. You gotta love when that stuff happens. I hate it though when that happens in gameplay when you're trying to do something. Biko, your guild this morning have uploaded photos of their Elder Scrolls Online characters from an AI generator, and the graphics are super realistic. AI is so super clever. Well, that's good that they got those results. And I feel like with AI images and also text, you still need a human eye to actually go over things, because you need to make sure that what the AI is actually creating fits exactly what you're wanting. And if there's any imperfections that go against that, you need to make sure that you're able to refine it. Instead of just basically putting in a prompt for the AI to create an image and then just calling it a day and accepting whatever it makes. Mr. Epic, you forgot how bad the 50 meters and no fire damage bonus objectives were. It took you so long. I don't blame you, Mr. Epic, for sure, as well, you know, because it's just like, there's so much going on, and it's not always clear which path in the fire is actually safe and which isn't. Zereth, he sounds like Starrick. AC Lee. That's actually a good call. I don't know if it's the same actor, but I can definitely understand why it sounds like it's the same guy. Hey there, Senny. Welcome on in, dude. AC3 is going really, really well. Gonna be finishing it soon. How's things going with you? Sean POV, you got played by a girl, but you still play Assassin's Creed. Me, you're a Templar. Those pesky Templars. Hey there, Redfire. Welcome on in. How's things going? AC, thank you so very much for using your bits to do that message outline. I forgot what they actually officially call it. Message effect. That's it. Thank you so very much for using your bits to activate that. And for today's fun fact of the day, on the 10th, 2032, Snoop Dogg will turn 60 years old, and in doggo years he'll be 420. It's very cleverly done, AC. Very clever indeed. 2032. Well, I mean, it's pretty far away from here necessarily, but at the same time, it's not that far away. Because, oh yes, and talking about imperfections, you yourself don't like anime, the graphics are not as realistic. Well, that's definitely fair as well. Yeah, there's so many different art styles, and so it's understandable that there might be some where it's like, not as good. That's all good, Sean. Absolutely no worries at all. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for being here and for chatting as well. Same to you as well, Sean. Nice talking to you as well.
Why would they leave this behind?
Long have we waited for you to return. You have done as we asked. You have succeeded.
No! I have failed! My people are gone! Chased out by those who I thought would protect them!
It is a trade, a sacrifice, and not in vain. For you have found it.
This?
Now you must hide it, where none shall think to look, and then in time, what once was, shall be again.
I do not understand.
Nor need you. Only do as we ask. Then, you may do as you wish.
But what of my people?
You have saved this place, as was your people's purpose, and that matters most.
It is not enough.
It will never be enough. You strive for that which does not exist. Still, you have made a difference, and you will do so again. Remember, You must hide the amulet where none might find it.
I know where the key is.
Then let's go.
All right, time to see what's inside.
Not quite. We still need to get the place powered up.
Find the remaining pedestals and plug in the power sources.
I'm on it.
Because I've kept doing all the power source insertions until now, it means that the game is like, hey, you might need to put those power sources in that you haven't been putting in. But the reason I did that is so that all the Juno cutscenes that will happen will actually happen one after the other, instead of being stagnated throughout the different parts of the playthrough I've been doing. Mr. Epic, thank you so very much for the 16 months in a row. That's amazing, Mr. Epic. Thank you so very much for that. And thank you also for using your Prime as well. That's excellent, dude. Thank you very much. Charles Lee be like, brother, why must thou kill me? He's like, come on, why kill me? Maybe we can be sort of like, you know, not friends, but we can just avoid each other in social situations. Why can't we be like that? Thank you, Inmita, for the GGs. Alright, so now we're going to do the checking of dialogue, and then we're going to do the putting in of power sources and the Juno cutscenes. And then when that's all done and the present day section is finished, then there's an after credits moment of gameplay with Connor where we have two epilogue memories. So I'll cover those, and then the final thing I'll do for the playthrough is have Connor interact with the grave of Achilles to get the speech that Connor has. Alright, there's no dialogue with Rebecca. Cheers, Mr. Epic. That's awesome, dude. No more dialogue with William Miles. And no more with Sean. Alright. So, it's time to go about activating all the Juno stuff now. In Meta, thank you so very much, dude, for cheering the 25 bits. Thank you very, very much for that, dude. I really appreciate that a lot. That's awesome of you.
In the beginning, when we thought we could be saved, we sought to face the sun's wrath and contain it. 4 towers would be built to pull her fury into this place and dispel it. But even with all we knew, with all we had, it would take too long. 1,000 years we could labor, and still the work would not be done. The first tower was never completed. The project abandoned. We moved on. But while we labored on other endeavors, a few returned. They thought to automate the process. Metal might finish what flesh could not. If we could not meet the sun's cruel embrace, perhaps we might rebuke it. Already we could generate fields to protect us in times of strife. But these were small and simple things. To replicate them on a scale the size of a world, we lack the energy to make it so. Half the world, they said then. It is better than none at all. We tried. Again, we failed. A quarter, they asked. Even this we could not do. A 1/6, an 1/8, a 1/10, they cried. The answer was still the same. Perhaps in time a city might be spared. But it was time we did not have. So we moved on.
Wonder what's inside.
Only one way to find out.
In Meta, Desmond in Valhalla looks like General Kenobi. General Kenobi. Hello there.
is a fact? Is it fixed? Immutable? Certain in its existence and only awaiting discovery? Or might it be changed? Here we learned the answer, and thought that it might save us. They were used to command, to control, to own. But we soon discovered another use. When enough sat in thrall and were told to believe, their thoughts took on form. What was imagined became real. If 100 minds could wish away a wall or create a tree, what might 1,000 do? 10,000? More? Might we change the consensus and will the threat away? We resolved to send one into the sky where it might illuminate us all. Once placed, a sentence would be uttered. Make us safe. In this way, we would change the consensus. We would save the world. But it never came to be. We sent a dozen of them skyward, but there was no way to maintain control, to direct the beam, to enthrall the world, to speak the words. Though this was strange and dangerous, what we tried next was worse.
It made for another apple of Eden for my collection. Among an ever-growing amount of them. Almost enough to create a tree.
Our first instinct was to travel back, to change the past. But we could not find a way. But forward, we could look forward. And so here we sought to see beyond ourselves, and know what was to come. First we watched to learn if our work would succeed. But the answer was always the same. So we moved on to other things. But she remained. The one you call Minerva. In time, she too stopped looking, and instead began to speak. She called out across time, in the hopes that you might be saved. She hid messages where none might find them, save for you and those within this place.
Fascinating.
I'm tired of it. The cryptic warnings, the threats. Just tell us what you want!
But they are. We saw the Nephilim there. We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and we looked the same to them. Imagine trying to explain all this to a 2-year-old, to a grasshopper. When they said the will of the gods was unknowable, they meant it. Literally.
I killed her, you know. I killed Lucy.
It was the apple, son. It was Juno.
I saw what she was. What would happen if I let her live? I could have stopped myself. I mean, there was a force there. But I didn't have to. I chose to.
Desmond.
Lucy was going to betray us and take the apple back to Abstergo. I saw the satellite launched. I saw them turn it on, and then... it failed. Whatever's on the other side of that door, it benefits Juno. We need to be careful. stories the temple will tell me today.
I'm telling you, there's something down here.
Don't be daft.
I don't know, maybe they were sleeping or something and we woke them. Some kind of cryogenics? Or hibernation? I mean, how do we know what the hell they were doing down here?
They were working on a bunch of different solutions, but nothing worked. Just went from one to the next, and then... I don't know. They must have left at some point. After the end.
I wonder what the world would be like if they'd succeeded.
I'm more concerned about what it'll be like if we don't.
Salvation. They found a way. Too late for them, but not for you. Sealed to protect it. Though now it bars your way. Find the key. The past will tell. A new world approached. One that was dark and cold. It would consume us. For we were flesh, and flesh is frail. Though suits and shields might offer comfort, such adornments would not suffice. Not to save us all. So we sought to change what we were. In this manner, we might thrive in a world made poisonous. It was Haytham who volunteered to see if it might be done. Haytham, my husband, my love. In the end, it changed him, ruined him. He was made a prisoner of the machines. The body might survive, but his mind became brittle to the touch. He begged me for release, for days, for weeks, for months. I pleaded with him to give us time to find another way. But there wasn't one. Not for him. Not for us. What is consciousness but a series of electrical impulses? And the body a vessel to hold these sparks. But it is weak. In time, it decays and crumbles into dust. We asked ourselves then, what if it might be replaced with something stronger, something better? So we forged a new vessel, one that might endure. It proved easy enough to enter. But to leave required something more, something wrong. And so this too they abandoned, I wondered, though, were they right to turn away?
Okay, so one more power source to put in. So Juno was talking about all the methods that the Isu had tried to prevent the destruction of Earth from the solar flare that was threatening. They weren't able to. As a result of that catastrophic event, the population of Isu and humans was severely reduced to the point where there was actually more humans left than Isu were left. And she also talked about her husband Aita. And this sets up Assassin's Creed Black Flag using Aita as a story device where, genetically speaking, his consciousness, to put it in a more sort of like easily understood way, his consciousness is handed down through the generations of humans in DNA, and random people will end up having Aita's DNA inside their own, and as a result of that, they have memories of not only Aita from when he was alive, but also all the memories of all the other people who have been Aita as well throughout the years. So that's what that sets up as well.
Guess this is it.
We're right behind you.
Moment of truth.
Yes. Come. Here, at last. You know our story now, of how we tried, of how we failed. All our hopes extinguished. Save one. Your touch. A spark. A spark to save the world.
Wait! Do not touch the pedestal.
Minerva?
You! But how? You left! You destroyed the device!
Did you think there was only one?
What the hell is going on here?
You must not free her.
Free her?
Juno dwells within these walls, awaiting release. I will explain. While we worked to save the world, she sought instead to conquer it. She used our machines to set her plans in motion. Divination through numbers. There is a pattern to existence. To comprehend the calculations is to tame time. This was my focus. And so I built the eye to aid us. But she turned it towards her own ends. When we discovered her treachery, we put a stop to it. And then we left. But first we called to you, that you might try again. We thought it would be safe with her gone. Now I see we were deceived. She survived, she endured, and then she began to work. For centuries, Tinia and I walked the world, hoping to rekindle the spark of civilization. We shared what we knew as best we could. We were not the only ones, but for all the power we wrought, still death would claim us. But before it did, I would have one last look to know if we had succeeded.
That's how you're here now?
I had hoped you might find this place and finish our work. But it is too late. You and the Templars have squabbled over our refuse. You have wasted centuries, and so you have lost your chance. You cannot hope to stop the end now, Desmond. Only to survive.
She's lying! Only touch the pedestal and the world will be saved.
Better the world burn than she be loosed upon it.
Is that so? Show him then.
But he will not understand. It is complicated. It is...
Show me.
If you heed Minerva, the sun will have its way. The ground will crack and spit fire into the skies. All the world will burn. But this does not end the world, merely heralds its arrival. Darkness follows. Then you emerge, resolving to lay a foundation that such a tragedy does not befall the world again. You will become a symbol to those who survive. Hope, knowledge, determination. You will inspire them to rebuild, to thrive once more. And as the world heals, so too will humanity. But you are just a man, frail and mortal. You pass from the world, leaving behind only a memory. A legacy. You will be remembered first as a hero, later as a legend, and in time, as a god. It is the cruelest fate, to have written words that meant well, and see them made wicked and unwise. What was meant to encourage life, used instead to justify taking it. And so now you see that what was shall be again. So tell me, how is this better? She would sacrifice you, sacrifice the world, for no other reason than to deny me vindication.
They will enslave your kind, Desmond. Is this not why you fight? Is this not why you came here? To ensure more than just your race's future, but its freedom?
What future? What freedom? Billions dead and the whole cycle begun anew? This world has known nothing but heartache and horror since we left it.
Our gift to them, and you'd see it all returned.
Enough!
You must not do this.
Whatever Juno's planning, however terrible it might seem today, we'll find a way to stop it. But the alternative, what you want, there's no hope there.
If you free her, you'll be destroyed.
It will happen in an instant. There will be no pain.
You mustn't!
It's done, Minerva. The decision's made.
Then the consequences of this mistake are yours to live and die with.
You need to go. All of you. Now. Get as far away from here as you can.
Come with us. We'll find another way.
There isn't time.
Son.
You know it's true. It's already started. I need to do this now. So go. Go!
It's some sort of global aurora borealis. Never seen anything like this before. Eyewitnesses describe electrical storms and erratic displays of unusual weather. Residents are being asked to remain inside and wait for geological surveys are now reporting seismic activity throughout the Ring of Fire. Northeastern Canada is said to be experiencing the largest on record. Satellites and transformers are failing as the flare increases in intensity. Worldwide reports of blackouts and seems to be receding. Residual seismic and volcanic activity is being reported, but nothing approaching earlier levels. Obviously, it'll be a while before experts are able to assess the full extent of the damage caused by today's event. But it appears the worst is behind us. We'll be sure to bring you more as this story develops.
It is done. The world is saved. You played your part well, Desmond. But now it's time that I played mine.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that Arnie impression. Alright, so the present day story is finished. The playthrough is not over though, there's still some content I want to do. There's 2 memories of Connor that are part of the epilogue. There's also an interaction with Achilles' grave that I wanted to wait until the very final thing to do before activating it. Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming the leap of fail.
Apparently, with the music, this turned into The Hobbit.
Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression, Zereth. Well, the first Hobbit movie actually came out the same year as this. I think it was it? 2012, I think? Or maybe it was 2013. No, I think it was 2012. I can't climb the mast of the ship? What the hell? This is Connor's ship and we can't climb it? What the? Is it? Well, we can climb the railing of it. Not so much the rest of it. Okay, fair enough, game. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you as well. Welcome on in. Absolutely. Almost done with AC3. I've got something that I want to stream after this is finished. But as far as the annual series goes, this is the final game in this grouping. How's things going, Lucinda? Hope you're doing well.
If you could spare a bite for us. Be in your debt, sir.
I wonder, will this be... I don't think this will be high enough to die from. He wouldn't climb it the way I wanted him to. Alright, we can't do that then.
I don't much care where you find it. Just get me the money, or you'll...
Fast travel closer to water. Listen, you're doing alright. You've been struggling with sleep and allergies lately, and today's no different. You'll have a busy day at work today, but you'll at least be able to get off the phones for a bit as your co-worker returned from vacation. Oh, that would definitely take some of the stress and pressure off as well. Sorry to hear that you're not feeling well and that you haven't been getting, a lot of good sleep lately. I hope that changes for you soon. And I hope that, the rest of your week is good too. Zereth, nearly. Yeah, Connor wouldn't actually get right on top of the part of the windmill I wanted him to. Thank you, Zerth, for redeeming the Leaper fail. Because it sounded like Dr. Hibbert then from The Simpsons. Oh, yeah, it was actually my impression of Eddie Murphy's laugh that he used to do. Which is a shame because I think it's pretty iconic. But I can understand why he stopped doing it though, because some people actually do it to make fun of the laugh. Which is a shame. Zereth, could hurt. It could hurt, yes, indeed. Thanks for redeeming the leap of fail. So there's two memories in the epilogue. And they're quite poignant as well. One shows how the freedom of one group of people doesn't ensure that all groups of people are free. Showing both a celebration of independence, but also an unfortunate example of slavery that still will continue to go on.
America has no need for your
Send them back
services,
to Britain in a
gentlemen.
box! Death to the oppressor!
Cut them down!
If you're hungry, I've extra.
No, thank you. Where is everyone?
Gone west. Been a while since they left. Seems some fella from New York was granted the land by Congress.
What?
Seeing it happen more and more. Government says they don't take land that's already owned, but
How could this have happened?
we're on our own now. No more merry English parts and labour, which means we gotta go at it ourselves. Gotta pay for it too.
Selling land is quick and easy, not quite so nasty as taxes. And since some say they're what started the old war, ain't no rush to bring 'em back. Clever men, these new leaders of ours. They know not to push it just yet. Too soon for taxes. Too British.
Thank you.
Be safe.
These epilogues are so sad and bittersweet, but true to history as well. That's the thing. You say or do what you can to get the support, and then once you get the support, you come up with excuses as to why you can't give the same that you had given that made people want to follow you in the first place. Or you implement things in a small way early on, and then if it gets rejected, you just find a different way to apply it in a different context so that the original application is forgotten and then the new connotation that is given later on is accepted when it might not be that different from what was initially proposed. Then you have the thing where it's like, resources and stuff, where it's like relying upon the services and creation of things from outside sources, like when those outside sources are not available to you anymore, then you have to come up with your own internal sources for the same things. Biko, Ungre, must be up north in UK. Maybe. I mean, this is still in America. There's the new connotation. Nicely done there. Okay, so the final thing that I want to do for the playthrough is have Connor interact with the grave of Achilles. And then the next time in my annual series when we'll see Connor will be the memory in Liberation where Aveline joins up with Connor. However, that playthrough won't begin until a later date. The game that will replace this for Wednesday and Thursday won't be Liberation. It'll be something different. But after this particular stream is finished, I've got something else I'd like to stream. So the stream day won't be over.
I never properly said goodbye to you. I was not ready, so here I am. The weight of my responsibilities never seems to diminish. There is always something else that needs fighting for. This is something you never warned me of. Maybe because you thought I would have been deterred. You would have been wrong, but I know you were not accustomed to that. Life carries on here. The people seem happy. They are certainly safe, at least for now. One of my brotherhood asked me something I have been struggling with. What happens if, when we win? When we stop the Templars? It is a question I certainly do not know the answer to. Perhaps you did not either. I miss you, as I miss my mother. I hope all is well with you, wherever you are. Goodbye, old man. Until it comes time for me to join you, then I will bother you once again.
I'm so glad that I actually eventually did this content, because my first playthrough back when this game came out, I didn't do it. So missed out on a whole lot of really, really effective character moments and very emotional parts of the story and characters that you don't get to experience unless, you know, you do all the homestead missions and stuff. But on my second playthrough in 2013, I made sure to do all the content. Yeah, listen, it was such a great moment of Connor speaking there, and how he says that he misses Achilles just like he misses his mother, which further solidifies how Achilles was, even though Haytham was his biological father, Achilles was actually there more for Connor in his life, for the time he was in it, than his own father was. And so when Connor says that about Achilles, he's not saying that, you know, I miss you like a father, but you could probably infer that he's referring or referencing something like that. And that is the end of my Disarm challenge playthrough for my annual run of Assassin's Creed 3. Having a look at how many times I actually failed the challenge rules, I managed to keep it under 20, so 18 times in the playthrough. So now I need to make note of that to keep it as part of my stats that I like to keep. I'll do that now so I don't forget later. Because I like to keep track of when I do a challenge run, how many times I broke a rule. Just in case in the future I decide to do the challenge run again and have a goal of, you know, how many times to try and, you know, prevent it from happening. Hey there, Ogorki. How's things going for you today? AC3 Annual 2025 Disarm Challenge. Failed 18 times. Thank you, Lucinda and Zereth, for the GGs. Thank you very, very much for that. Glad to hear that you're going good, Ogorki. That's really good. I want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I will be back after a break to stream something else, and that something else will be the Dead Kings DLC for Assassin's Creed Unity. I was looking at what can I actually do that's short, that I know I can get done in one stream, and that relates to Assassin's Creed, and also something that I've been in the mood to play. So it'll be Dead Kings DLC. I haven't actually decided what type of playthrough to do with it. I was going to do a challenge run, but I don't really know what challenge run to do with it. That could be done in one stream, so won't worry about that. But maybe I'll just endeavour to get all the optional objectives done in the memories. Maybe I might do that. Before I actually end this stream, though, I'd like to give some shout-outs to some other streamers I'd like to recommend people check out. It won't be like a long break. It'll probably be about, I reckon, maybe 15 minutes. And then I'll be back with Assassin's Creed Unity's Dead King DLC. And just a note too, this is not part of the annual series run, because the next game in the series that I'll be doing for my annual series run will actually be Liberation. But that'll be done at a later date. Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. How's things going? The Ked Dings. Sarah. Would like to definitely recommend people check out AC, who's doing some Grand Theft Auto 5, and Mita is doing a 100% playthrough, no fast travel, no looking at the map, no HUD playthrough of Witcher 3 to celebrate its 10th anniversary. Crocodiles is doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. It's part of his historical order run. He's doing heaps of different games across different franchises and genres, and he's lined them up in timeline order. They're games that are set in the past, up until about the 1940s. So he's currently up to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood in that series of playthroughs. Lucinda is also highly recommended. Streams time from time games like Cult of the Lamb. Also on her schedule has the Resident Evil Marathon happening. Finished Resident Evil Revelations 2 recently and made a start on Resident Evil 6. So that's the current Resident Evil game that she's working on. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banisher's Ghost of New Eden, as well as Elden Ring and the Outlast series. And Shillerlock is also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's also doing a marathon of different games in the series. The next one he's got lined up is Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and he's also doing for the first time a playthrough of God of War 2018. So definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. Lucinda, thank you for the shout out, Rod. You'll be off to work by the time you get back, so I hope you have a great stream of the Dead Kings DLC. No problem at all, Lucinda, for the shout out, and I really hope that work goes well for you today. Definitely understandable too, as well, with the timing. And thank you, I definitely will. I hope that you have a great one. Definitely catch you again soon. As for the game that will replace this for Wednesday and Thursday next week, I have a few candidates, but I haven't actually thought about it enough to strongly decide which one. So I'll just leave it as saying that the next Wednesday and Thursday game will actually be a to be announced, or to be determined, or a surprise. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really appreciate it a lot. I'll be back in about 15 minutes to do the Assassin's Creed Unity Dead Kings DLC. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you have a good one. Oh, actually, I just see that Maxi's rating. So what I'll do is we'll actually raid out to Maxi and see how he's doing. So there's a general raid message that everyone can feel free to copy and paste. And I've also got one for subscribers as well. He's playing A Plague Tale: Innocence. Such a great game, that one. There we go. We'll see how he's doing with A Plague Tale: Innocence. It's actually the first game out of the duology. The second one being A Plague Tale: Requiem. Thanks again everyone for watching. I'll be back in 15 minutes with Dead Kings DLC.